guests who are online. As we know today, the TM School, Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, with the Estonian Business School and the government of Estonia is co-hosting this important webinar titled E-Governance and Digitalization, the Future of Service Delivery. The seminar provides us with an opportunity to share ideas on how e-governance and digitization can improve service delivery in South Africa. And of course, many other people can apply this in their own countries. As we are aware, service delivery is a perennial problem in South Africa, and we hope that at the end of these discussions, a number of issues would have been cleared for us. Some of those include: what is the meaning of e-governance? What is its impact? And what are the pros and cons? Is e-governance the same as smart governance? Those are among the issues that we hope at the end would have a clear understanding of. Now, without any waste of time, I will call upon the Acting Executive Dean of the TM School, Professor Edith Dinong Paswan, to give not more than 5 minutes of opening remarks. Thank you, Prof.
His Excellency Ambassador Daniel Shah, Estonian Rector, Professor Melis Kitsen, the government officials joining us online, and other students, staff of the University of South Africa, as well as the Thabo Mbeki School. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I stand here as the Acting Executive Dean of the Thabo Mbeki School, and my job here is just small, to make an introduction and opening remarks, which is less than 5 minutes, according to the program director. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the Estonian Business School, the government of Estonia, for co-hosting this seminar with the school this morning on a topic entitled E-Governance and Digitalization, the Future of Service Delivery. And we are grateful to come together through a long-standing relationship that we have started in 2024. And if I have to count the achievements and some of the things we have done together up to now, this is one of our best partnership, young but also deep in terms of what we do together. Just a few introduction of who we are. We are a leading school offering African-centered knowledge and scholarship in public and international affairs with a view to achieving the African Renaissance and unity. And we are tailored on the legacy of Thabo Mbeki and other African thought leaders on the continent. And our mission is to enhance, also develop conscious ethical leaders in Africa and beyond, as well as to produce agents of change that will reposition and develop Africa and the entire world. So we are a unique flagship program in public and international affairs. And we want to contribute to the social, the economic, the political and cultural renewal of the continent. And we believe that this relationship will add value to us as we want to be known for adding value to policy at regional, at local level, and also some of the adopted African Union treaties, protocols, and declarations, as well as some national development plans across the continent. So in many ways, we see ourselves playing very well in those spaces. And why Estonia? We are aware that higher education institutions in countries, in some of the Baltic states like Estonia, Finland, and Sweden, are reputed to have played an impactful role on the digitalization of the private sector and public service administration in their respective countries. So Estonia, we know, we are aware, and that is a highly digitalized nation with 99% of public service available online, being the first country to offer e-residency and has had a digital voting since 2005. And all of this makes Estonia very important for us. And as a leader in innovation, Estonia is also among the top 3 countries in Europe to start up per capita, and is home to 10 unicorn companies. So some of the key factors for success in Estonia, which we think our government as well will be able to learn and imitate, is the strong political will, public-private partnerships, and instilling a digital mindset from an early age. It's not something that they meet at university. From an early age, young people also engage in digitalization. So those are some of the important factors that makes this relationship very important. And they are also reputed for AI and data, having 75%, I beg your pardon, 75% of business in Estonia will be using AI by 2030. So you can see that in this slide, business productivity, quality public administration, and people's well-being are important elements to consider. So as a school, it is our contention that the TM school should cover a niche in science and technology, in public and international affairs. And to this end, we would like to play a leading role in areas of digitalization and e-governance. And this aligns very well with the University of South Africa's catalytic niche areas of 4IR and digitalization, which Professor Mello is the leader in this regard of this. And I think this makes this important relationship with Estonia. And I would like to welcome everyone, and I'm looking forward to good deliberations as we begin this important seminar. And I want to say to our colleagues there in Estonia, there are many people who are watching from our live streams this seminar today that you might not be able to see you because we are here in the center, but there are many people on our live stream that are watching this. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Paswani. Colleagues, will move to our next speaker, the Estonian government representative, Ambassador Daniel Shea. I'm also going to allocate 5 minutes. You are welcome, Ambassador.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Edith Paswana. Thank you to all of the colleagues present from the Estonian side and also from the South African side. It's a great pleasure to work with UNISA University. This is not, as the professor mentioned, is not our first event, and it definitely won't be the last. I think it's a very opportune time for us to be speaking about digitalization and e-government, with the continent being one of the fastest growing digitalization regions in the world, in terms of internet access, in terms of access to smart phones, where the continent is moving even faster than Europe and the US. The computer is no longer the only source of accessing the internet and using the digital tools on the continent. Is very much the smartphone. So the frog leap, the steps that you are doing to quickly integrate digitalization into everyday life is very impressive. So we are definitely not here, to try and teach you or to push you in a certain direction. We're really here as partners. We're here to also to learn from you, to share our experiences, what worked for us, what didn't work for us, but also to also be able to develop our systems of digitalization and e-government. As a professor said, Estonia is one of the leading digital countries in the world. We have been called the digital society. Just last month, we finally digitalized 100% of our services. It took a little time to get the divorce and the marriage online because of obvious reasons. We want to see these people and we don't want to be one day married, one day, next day divorced. But we have achieved this, and it really makes our bureaucracy a lot lighter, and it makes doing business for our companies much easier. And I think that's also the reason why we are working together with the Estonian Business University, the business school, is because in Estonia, the e-government is partially in place to help citizens, but also very much so to help businesses to be more efficient, to be more streamlined. As you know, the new government in South Africa, maybe not so new anymore, is also taken very much into focus digitalization. There are the Ministry of Home Affairs has really put that at the top of the agenda together with the Ministry of Communications and Digital Technologies. And we are ready, as the government of Estonia, to cooperate with you to share these experiences. We're also very happy to hear that digitalization is also at the top of the agenda at the G20, which South Africa is the presidency of this year. So I think that there is a lot of room for cooperation. And this, as I mentioned, this will not be the last time. I'm unfortunately not based in South Africa, but I do visit regularly. And I hope that the next event after this successful one, what I'm already calling a successful event, will be followed up by other events later on in this year. So once again, thank you very much to the Thabo Mbeki School, and thank you very much to the Estonian Business School, and I hope that you have a very insightful and interesting event today. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Colleagues, we'll move now to our third speaker, and I'll allocate 5 minutes for introductory remarks, and then immediately move into the presentation on evolution of e-governance in Estonia. And the presentation will be by Professor Meelis Kitsing, who is the rector of the Estonian School of Business. Welcome, Prof.
Good morning. Thank you very much, respected Dean, respected professors, colleagues, friends. It's a great pleasure to be here, and also greet you on the behalf of Estonian Business School. Well, our mission at the Estonian Business School is to build a community for growth and responsibility, and we have been doing that since 1988. By default, from the very beginning, we have been very international. So by community, we don't just mean Estonian community, but also involves numerous international stakeholders. Just as a side remark, Estonian Business School was actually founded in 1988 in New York City by Estonian, Canadian, and American. And since then, we have actually encouraged all kind of international partnerships and South Africa and collaboration with South African universities is very important for us. So in our mission, if you talk about the growth, it means growth in a number of different levels. It means economic development. It also means personal growth. But obviously, in the context of this seminar, it also means growth and use of digital tools, use of artificial intelligence in very different areas and in very different fields. So in that sense, it fits very nicely with our missions. And of course, for growth, we don't only need physical capital, we don't only need human capital, but we also need what is called a social capital. All kind of social networks and ties are vital for growth, and hence we are very thankful for this opportunity to share our ideas with colleagues in South Africa at university and in the government. Also, in our mission, we emphasize responsibility. So the growth has to be responsible. And our another core focus area is sustainability. So if you think about digitalization nowadays, then there are a lot of sustainability issues related to that. You know, how much waste or how effectively are our digital tools used, or on the other hand, there are also opportunities to use digitalization for increasing sustainability and green and transformation. So again, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I had the opportunity also to talk a little bit more today as a professor of political economy at the Estonian Business School and talk about the evolution of digital governance in Estonia. So thanks again, and can I continue now with my presentation?
Yes, Prof, that was the instruction, just you continue immediately after your 5-minute introduction. Yes, thank you.
So I will share my screen then, if you don't mind. Just 1 sec. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, we can see, Prof.
All right, okay, just to be sure. Okay, thank you very much. So in this presentation, I would like to give a brief overview of digital governance in Estonia. And as it was emphasized in the beginning, we can talk about different concepts, e-governance, smart governance. I have been using in the last 25 years digital governance. It has a lot to do with my PhD supervisor, Jane Fountain. She wrote the book, I think about 25 years ago, which was called Building a Digital State. And she also used to run, or still runs a center in the US. It's called National Center for Digital Governance, which is funded by US National Science Foundation. And this is where I used to work for a while. So hence this concept, digital governance, but basically what I mean by that is e-governance that has also been used by the presenters before. So what I would like to do very briefly is that I would like to point out some of the key factors about historical background of Estonia, then talk about some of the what I would call sort of critical junctures that have been really important for digital governance in my view, and then some words about broader digital ecosystem and how that reinforces digital governance, both in private and public sector. and particularly about the so-called Skype effect. And then a few words about the future and what are the potential future trajectories. And again, I understand that the audience may not be so familiar with Estonia. I just want to point out where we are on the map. So here, the red area is Estonia. As you can see, we are right next to Sweden, Finland. In the south, we have Latvia, and east to us is Russia. So you can understand that in the current sort of geopolitical circumstances, we are in a quite sort of fragile spot in the world, and obviously we have been there for many centuries. And if you look at the history of Estonia, you see that we have had Soviet occupation. We also have been part of Sweden. We have been part of Poland. We have been part of the Russian Empire, and so on. So we have this sort of long-term history of various colonizations of Estonia. So moving to historical background, I think this is the only slide I will use where we have lots of words. Other slides are with pictures or graphs and so on. But I think this slide from President Barack Obama when he was in Tallinn on September 3rd, 2014, captures very well the background about Estonia, where he points out that Estonia has been very successful in carrying out sort of free market reforms, integrating with Europe, and has, as ambassador also emphasized, has been one of the most wild countries on the earth and leader in e-government, as well as high-tech startups. And the president particularly emphasized entrepreneurial spirit that has been very important, and some of the innovations that I will also talk about, such as Skype. So I think everything here comes together that sort of very briefly summarizes what has been going on in Estonia in the last couple of decades in terms of digitalization and building digital governance. I think it's also important to keep in mind that sometimes in this sort of digital governance literature, there is this sort of debate about institutions versus resources. I definitely belong to this sort of institutionalist school of thought that emphasizes the rules of the game rather than resources, because Estonia actually in 1991, when we regained our independence from the Soviet Union, we were actually quite a poor country. Our per capita GDP per person was about $3,000 and what you see that gradually we have been becoming wealthier. So now we are talking about sort of close to $30,000 per capita GDP, but we started in a very poor position with very minimal resources. And my point is that a lot of the key decisions, or what I call critical junctures about digitalization, were actually made here in the second half of the 1990s and in early 2000s, where Estonia did not have considerable resources to employ for digitalization efforts. So they actually helped us to gain efficiency, improve governance, and also contributed to the economic development. So if you make a comparison with South Africa, then I can roughly say that in the 1990s, if you look at per capita GDP, we were more or less in the same level with South Africa. And I think now we have become wealthier. So in that sense, if we sort of try to learn lessons from Estonia and share ideas with our colleagues in South Africa, we shouldn't think that, well, it has a lot to do with resources. So it has to do more with the rules of the game, in my view, and things and reforms that were implemented in the late 1990s and in early 2000s in particular. So I think some of the things have already been highlighted about Estonian achievements, but there are a lot of different surveys and studies about e-governance. Here is example of e-government survey from the last year of United Nations, which ranks Estonia very highly globally. So this survey has been conducted for several decades. Actually, I have been one of the contributors to the survey some time ago. In the 2008, for instance, and Estonian position has sort of constantly improved in the survey. Obviously, there are lots of other studies that also highlight achievements of Estonia in the area of digital governance. If you also look at cities, so this is where I am. Estonian Business School is located in the center of Tallinn, right next to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here. So if you look at the ranking of Tallinn from the same survey, you see that it actually has a tremendously excellent position in online services index, which also has a lot to do with the national government, not just with the local government. And there is a comparison with some of the well-known cities in the world, such as Berlin, Copenhagen, Dubai, Singapore, New York City, Madrid, and so on. If you look at some of the EU data from the Eurostat, we see that Estonia here as well belongs to the group of, let's say, more advanced EU countries such as Denmark, Netherlands, Finland, Sweden, Ireland, and Estonia. So also in the EU context, if you look at the use of applications for accessing public authority, Estonia is quite different from some of the countries that share our historical background, and is together with countries that clearly did not suffer from the Soviet occupation until 1991. So this is just some rough background highlighting some of the achievements of Estonia and what has happened. And now I would like to explain a little bit from my perspective why it has happened and why Estonia has been quite successful in digital governance in the last decades. And obviously, you can get very different perspectives on that. I mean, I remember once we organized a seminar here from the Wharton School of University of Pennsylvania for 100 MBA students, and I had 4 different speakers on this very topic, and we got 4 very different perspectives. So again, we're dealing with social sciences, so in that sense, nothing is in a completely 100% correct hypothesis. There are different hypotheses and different explanations and different evidence that can be provided. But those are just some of the things that I would emphasize. And I would actually start with the year 1996. And what happened in 1996 was that Estonian emerging banks, which at that time were already quite a tremendous IT companies, they introduced internet banking, meaning that people were able to make payments online. And I really see that as a sort of very critical point in the development of e-governance, because internet banking is different from simply browsing the web or sending emails, because it actually encourages people to develop habit to make serious transactions online. And in that sense, it's also quite educational. And this development, if you look at some of the data, and this is from the early 2000s, 10 years on, you see that Estonia clearly in the context of the European Union, as well as in the context of Central and Eastern European countries in the European Union, had greatest percentage of individuals using internet banking all the time. So internet banking is something that you use on a regular basis. You interact with sort of more sophisticated digital solutions more often, and with the government digital services, usually citizens don't need to access them all the time. So the point is that sort of builds the habit, and on the other hand, it also, in the context of Estonia, provided critical infrastructure for some of the digitalization efforts in the government. And next here, or the next important critical juncture that I would emphasize is year 2000. So from 1996 to the year 2000, and what happened in 2000 was that the Estonian government, the tax and customs board, they allowed people to submit their tax declarations online. So why is that important? It's important because, well, as I emphasized before, Estonia was a quite poor country at that time. So you didn't actually have a population with a large number of credit cards. So it was very difficult to identify yourself online that would be verifiable and reliable. And in a way, what the tax authority did was that it integrated itself with the ecosystem of the internet banking. So you could go to your internet bank, verify your identity, and then access the customs and tax authority and declare taxes online. So that's why I see it very important. So you already start getting there sort of a public-private partnership where the private sector developments actually support service delivery in the internet, through the internet, basically. So digitalization of government as well. So you get this sort of synergy going between private and public sector. And obviously there are in the background in the 1990s, there are also important education efforts. There is a Tiger Leap project that educates people how to use internet. Similarly, the Hansa Bank that I emphasized launches a initiative called Look at the World that similarly sort of educates the population how to use digital services, how to use digital tools, and so on. So the next point is obviously building on this experience and improving the identification processes is the digital identity card that was launched in early 2000s. Initially, obviously, as with any innovation, it didn't take off immediately, right? But it took time to be for the digital identity card to be accepted more widely among the general public. But now, obviously, if you come to Estonia, this is one of the key elements of the digital infrastructure. And later on, I will also show some other pictures how it has been used. So what also happened in early 2000s, and that is kind of like a backbone of Estonian digital governance, is the X-Road system. This is the result of the massive thesis of one of the current members of the management board of Cybernetica, who is a very influential digital services developer in Estonia, in a number of areas, also active in Africa and many other countries. So this is a good example how a result of doing some work in the area of research and education actually enters into governance infrastructure and was implemented in early 2000s, and it's still a very important part as a backbone of Estonian digital infrastructure today, and has also been exported to a number of countries in Europe, Asia, Africa, and elsewhere. And what it basically allows you to do is that it allows different organizations from public sectors and private sector to share data. So it's not a centralized database. So there you have like a different databases, but it makes it possible to share data when it's necessary. So it's a relatively decentralized piece of sort of infrastructure. So it's not. It's important to emphasize here that you have all kind of precautions and very reliable security employed in the process. But it's important that it's not just about the public sector, but it's also about the private sector. So as it shows here, energy, telecom, other areas, banks are a critical part of this infrastructure that has been developed. Again, it sort of shows this public-private synergy and collaboration in the digitalization in Estonia. So internet voting was mentioned. I think internet voting is important in that sense that it sort of pushes the limits, what is possible to do with digitalization. So it was launched in 2005, as was pointed out, and as you can see, it kind of follows this logic of Rogers diffusion of innovation. So the growth was quite rapid after that, and more and more people adopted this way how to vote online. So it starts with municipal elections, then there are national elections, then you get European Parliament elections. So it's used in very different type of elections. And in that sense, it also positions Estonia very uniquely because there are very few countries that actually, to a certain extent, use that type of methods for voting. And obviously, there is also quite a considerable debate about that in the literature, how and why to do it. So this kind of wraps up what I've been trying to tell you. The evolution of digital identification in Estonia, I really see this sort of identification methods as sort of some kind of like a key drivers for providing digital services, because you need to identify who the people are online. You need to make it possible for them to make payments, and it affects not just public sector, but also a private sector. So that's why it's quite important. So this is the timeline that I have been talking about, and obviously building on this sort of experiences in the early 2000s. The next steps were taken: mobile ID, you got e-residency, and you basically got other developments, such as smart ID. So this sort of identification system sophistication increases over time, and people have more and more tools that they can be used. So this is the example of the mobile ID. I personally heavily use now identification on my mobile phone rather than on the computer. And it's, again, maybe it's not so unique nowadays. And many countries do that, but the point here is that in Estonia it was launched almost 20 years ago. So again, like the sort of early steps have been quite important, have been sort of critical junctures. So it's not something that has happened overnight. So it has been something quite an evolutionary process that has been developed over time. And from here you get e-residency, for Estonia also shares its digital infrastructure, access to all kind of services with people around the world who want to particularly use the friendly business environment here. So those are all developments from my point of view that follow from those critical junctures and these important decisions that were made in the 1990s and in 2000s. So from here, I would like to say a few words also about the broader digital ecosystem, and particularly what can be labeled as the Skype effect. So in parallel with this developments in the public sector and digital identification, what we also see in Estonia is emergence of very successful digital companies in a number of different areas. And it all starts with the Skype. I hope that you know Skype. Here is a photo of 3 of their founders. Actually, there were more people involved. You also have who are not on the photo. But the point is that they were actually very quick. They were able very quickly to build a unicorn. So Unicorn is a company valued more than $1 billion or euros. So they basically launched, I think, in 2002, and a couple of years later, the Skype was sold to eBay for $2.6 billion. However, eBay, for a number of different reasons, had to write off this investment, and it was kind of sold back to some of the founders. And some of the founders worked on that, and then in 2008 they sold Skype to Microsoft for $8.5 billion. So this is the picture of when Steve Ballmer from Microsoft came to here in 2008 to complete this transaction. So it's not, and from the point of view of ecosystem, it's not just important for the development or the success of one company that didn't seem to be so viable perhaps in the early 2000s because there were not that strong direct links with Silicon Valley and other areas which are in place now. However, I think it's important for three reasons. I mean, the first reason, obviously, that I have already mentioned is the money, right? So the founders of the Skype were able to invest the funds that they received from those transactions into other businesses, and also quite a lot of that went to the new ventures here in Estonia. Then there is obviously question of people, right? So a lot of the people who were involved in early years of Skype went on to found other businesses. For instance, here on the photo you have Sten Damgivi, who has also founded other ventures and he still continues in this area. And the third point is that Skype has been very important for inspiration for the next generation of Estonian startups and unicorns. So here you get the photo of one of the examples of the Estonian unicorn, Wise, which was called the TransferWise. And here's a direct connection to Skype. David Hendrikus, who's one of the founders of Wise, was a first employee of Skype, and later on, together with Krista Kärman, went on to found a payment company called Wise, which is now listed in the London Stock Exchange. And this photo is actually taken in front of Bank of England, where they promise a greater transparency and efficiency for the international payments. So another sort of interesting connections to the ecosystem is that those who have been to Estonia or some other countries, for instance, in some of the US college campuses, have seen Estonian starships, robots delivering all kind of goods and products. And again, this is example of the company that has a direct links to Skype. Jaanus Friis and Ahti Heinla were founders of Skype, were also founders of Starship. And on those photos you can see again like that service design or design really matters in digitalization, because those robots are very friendly. Company spent considerable efforts to design those robots, and they're loved by children basically. Another example of Skype connection is Martin Villig, who's a founder of Bolt, a company that also operates in many places in Africa, has very strong business connections in Africa. And Martin is also a graduate of Estonian Business School and now a honorary doctor at the Estonian Business School, and one of the most successful Estonian entrepreneurs, and active also in a number of other areas. And in terms of inspiration, it also has inspired lots of other companies, startup companies. And this is an example of one of the Estonian unicorns that was actually founded by a student of mine, Karel Kotkas, Again, I think they're much younger than, let's say, the Skype generation, but certainly the success of Skype has been very inspirational for them. Here at the Estonian Business School, we, on our 5th floor, we also have a startup Wise Guys, which is a big accelerator, not just in Estonia, but all over Europe. I think they have made also about 100 investments in Africa. They operate in different African countries. We are one of the owners of this accelerator. Financial Times ranked them last year as 18th university-related business accelerator in Europe. So in this region, there was no accelerator that even came close to that. Most of them were placed in UK or France or in Germany, some other places. And also out of Estonian Business School, sort of inspirational story is a company called Ready Player Me that was quite successful in raising money in the financing rounds in the last couple of years. For instance, raised money from Andreessen Horowitz, which is top Silicon Valley venture capital firm, and now has its headquarters in New York City. Also a company that was, let's say, inspired by Skype and success of Skype, and was founded by some of my students. So far I talked about what has happened, and now maybe in the last part I would like to talk a little bit about some of the future trajectories and how do I think about the future and where, in a sort of broader sense, future may take us here in Estonia, in Europe, and also in the world. And I think a lot of that depends on how do we sort of approach what I can label as the great technology debate. So what I see in the sort of technology debates is that in one hand, you get debate between people who are, let's say, more optimistic and people who are more pessimistic about technologies. But that's not sufficient really to understand this debate. I think there is another dimension, which is that, okay, we can be optimistic or pessimistic about the potential of technology, but what are the social and economic and political consequences of using those technologies? And if I look at the history of Estonia in the last 3 decades, it seems to me that the paradigm that has sort of dominated here is that on one hand, Estonia has been quite sort of technologically optimistic and also very optimistic about social consequences. And, certainly we at the Estonian Business School also think that way. For instance, we embrace AI. We're not trying to push it out of the classrooms, but we actually want to bring it to the classrooms and want to see technologies, AI, digitalization as complements, right, to humans, and it helps us to be more productive, gain greater efficiency, and so on. However, we have to keep in mind that not everybody sort of shares this paradigm. There are also people who may be optimistic about technology, but they're very skeptical about social consequences of technology. So, for instance, I mentioned Skype. One of the Skype founders is Jan Tallinn, and he talks a lot about sort of existential risks of using AI, existential risks to humanity. Or you could even, bring it to the more sort of easily understandable risks that people don't necessarily see technologies as sort of complements, but they see as a sort of substitutes for human. People may talk about sort of issues with technological unemployment and so on. And then you also get obviously other perspectives where people are much more sort of pessimistic about ability of digitalization, AI, actually fundamentally change our world. So the point is that if you talk about the future, our look to the future should be not unidimensional, but we should actually sort of try to factor in so sort of different perspectives and different concerns that we have. And I think that's really important in understanding that what future might bring. Because otherwise, if we believe too strongly only in one vision, then we may end up in this situation that is characterized in this picture from my alma mater, London School of Economics in 2008, where late Queen Elizabeth II came down and asked a bunch of economists there that why didn't they see it coming? And by it, obviously, she meant the financial crisis. And what those economists replied to the Queen a bit later was that it was collective failure of imagination of many bright people. So the point is that if you think about the future of digitalization, future of e-governance, digital governance, and service delivery, we also have to be more imaginative, because there are a lot of signals, weak signals, that we need to factor in as well, rather than just looking at some of the prominent trends, or trends that might seem to be prominent at the moment. And we did this work at Estonian Parliament Foresight Center some years ago, where we actually developed 4 different scenarios, and particularly in the context of digitalization. I can highlight maybe some of the key points that we saw as important. Obviously, it's possible to develop some kind of alternative or different scenarios, but at that time, with the help of many experts from all over the world and here in Estonia, we basically came down to 2 kind of key drivers for Estonia. And one key driver was EU cooperation. So how strong or weak is the EU cooperation? Is Europe actually able to collaborate in key areas that are important for digitalization, such as single market, so digital single market, which, for instance, for Estonian digital companies operating in a very small country is very important, because it allows them to scale more quickly in Europe, or is Europe kind of reluctant to cooperate? So this was one key driver. And then obviously infrastructure. So how advanced or backward the infrastructure is. And in this case, particularly digital infrastructure in the broader sense. But obviously, digital infrastructure doesn't only depends on cyberspace, or it's also very much connected to the physical infrastructure. I mean, if you just think about AI development, and it's very energy intensive, so it's all the way connected to the energy infrastructure. You know, how cheap is the energy? You know, can you build actually data centers? And how expensive it is to maintain those data centers. So it's both like physical infrastructure, it's software, hardware, but it's also human capital, education, research. So here the infrastructure is meant in the broadest sense. And by combining those 2 key drivers, we were able to generate 4 different scenarios. So the most optimistic scenario, I guess, from our perspective, was that we are moving towards something which is called a Compass Europe, where Europe is actually able to collaborate in the areas that are important for digitalization and embracing digital governance, and at the same time also to make massive investments in the digital infrastructure, and that makes also Europe globally important player. So sometimes in the literature, it's labeled Brussels effect. Anu Bradford, scholar at Columbia University, has coined this term. She has a book with the same title called The Brussels Effect. So this is sort of quite a positive, optimistic scenario from the point of view of digitalization. Then we have an alternative scenario about the future, where Europe, particularly in the current geopolitical circumstances, will become more protectionist. It will regulate areas and there is less focus on collaboration in the areas that are important for digitalization and digital governance. So this can be, if previous scenario was called the Brussels effect, so this scenario can be actually called Brussels defect. And then we had a scenario where basically you have insufficient collaboration in Europe, and at the same time also not so advanced digital infrastructure. So in a way, there is also, I guess it's a kind of a very most pessimistic scenario. There is a danger, a risk of becoming backwater in terms of digitalization. And our last scenario was actually the most difficult one to achieve, or it's most difficult, most unlikely scenario, where you don't have sufficient collaboration in Europe, but regardless of that, particularly in the area of digitalization, Estonia and countries around Estonia are able to pull ahead, to have a collaboration maybe with players outside of Europe that and sort of develop through that way. So this is a very difficult scenario to manage. So it requires a lot of smart decision making from the public sector, also from the private sector. And so this is something that we developed as the least likely, but again, like in scenario planning, the aim is not only to focus on scenarios that you like or you think are most likely, but also to develop scenarios that are less likely. And so you basically have to have like a broader spectrum of imagination doing that type of work. So with that, I would like to finish. And my last point is that if you have interest in reading more about that, then I have written a book in the Routledge series of Economics of Innovation, where actually I also outline some of these scenarios that I briefly mentioned and a bunch of other scenarios. And there are also a couple of chapters about Estonia. Overall, the book is more broadly about the digital ecosystems in the world, particularly in the context of global political economy. So thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, then we have about 5 minutes for questions before the break. And I will stop sharing my screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kgorong. Let me just point out that the presentation was quite erudite. I think it was straightforward, very instructive, and I'm sure there are a number of questions that will crop up. But I can start with a very short one. You made reference to infrastructural backwardness of some sort. I didn't hear much about the levels of education that are needed to embrace, digitization. That is one area that I thought you could touch for us. Can we have any other question? Colleagues, one more question, 2 more questions. Yeah, there is another question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that detailed presentation that you have provided. That actually was very important to understand this evolution for us, as well as the critical junctures that led Estonia to where it is. And we're also hoping to find, because when you were doing the critical junctures, one can find where we have started also as a country, and what are the possibilities that can come in future. You presented a slide on, is it a schematic structure of X-road systems? And I would love to hear more about that. What is it, and what does it do? I think I would like to hear more about that. Thank you. It's one of the critical junctures. I think after identity card, you were speaking about it. Thank you.
Few more questions. A question, not
Yeah, no, it's a question. I just wanted, I might be ignorant. I just want to find out how far is it?
Okay,
how
thanks very much.
safe?
I will start with education.
Okay.
And obviously education is a... Oh, so, okay, sorry, okay.
Yeah. There are two more questions.
Can you hear me? Hello? I just want to find out in terms of e-voting, how safe is it? Can it be broken down in terms of people accessing it illegally and casting their votes that may not be counted?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
The last question.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Must I introduce myself? Yeah, my name is Antonie van Nieuwkerk. I teach international relations and diplomacy at the Thabo Mbeki School. I enjoyed your presentation, but I see that you've chosen not to speak about the role of digitization in the arms industry, and in particular, the new form of warfare, which is drone or drones, of which the digital components play a critical role. And I'm conscious of Estonia sitting right next to the bear. And the form of warfare in Ukraine has taken this form of drones. Is there a thriving defense industry and arms industry in Estonia? And what form does that take? Or is it a bigger question that relates to the EU's approach, which now apparently seems to be rearming itself?
Thank you, Prof. The four questions that have been posed, I think we can have the responses to them. Thank you. Prof, can you hear?
I will start with the last one because after the break, you will also have a presentation about cybersecurity in Estonia, and it's quite closely kind of related to this sort of digitalization. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we are ready, Prof. You can respond now.
It seems that there is a delay when I speak,
Okay. It's okay, Prof. I think what.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, yeah. We have very vibrant sector in terms of defense technologies. So there are all kind of companies, software companies, specialized software companies, also companies that develop sort of robotics for military purposes. And
Is there a problem, Prof? Because we can hear very, very, very clearly.
Yes, and also in this sector, we have drone companies, and they have very closely collaborating with the Ukrainians. Okay, that's great.
All right. I think maybe we should have a short break of.
And Estonian government also has set up special funds for developing sort of defense technology companies.
Okay.
Okay. Now, internet voting. It depends on what is your benchmark. I mean, we shouldn't idealize, let's say, non-internet voting or traditional voting and then compare it to the internet voting. I think in both cases you have security concerns, so they are just different. More than 50% of the votes are casted online, and it seems to be working. And infrastructure there is to provide quite a reliable support for that. So, in that context, I don't really see huge issues there. Nevertheless, there are debates about some of the security concerns. And I think there was a question about education. So on education, I would say that in a way I sort of took it as given. I mean, in Estonia we have very high levels of education, but I do recognize that in some of the countries that might be an issue, that people have challenges related to the education, digital literacy, and so on. I think in Estonia, as I pointed out, with some specific educational initiatives in the 1990s, such as Cyber Leap, that type of issues were tackled that increased the digital literacy. And now, in the times of sort of generative AI, government has launched just like last week another initiative to educate Estonian students more and more in using emerging sort of AI technologies. So there has been sort of constant effort in the area of education, and I also operate in education area, and all kind of digital tools and how to use AI is integrated into our courses everywhere, basically. So in marketing, in finance. So there is this sort of like a constant emphasis on using digital tools, and overall, education levels are very high here. If you look at the PISA rankings by OECD, you see that Estonian students are actually kind of like on the top of the world by the educational achievement in mathematics and in other topics. So that was the question about the education, and I think there was a question about the X-Road. I mean, the X-Road basically, as I sort of tried to explain, it allows different types of digital infrastructure to work together. So, and that's really crucial, because what I have seen in different countries is that government develops their own thing, private sector develops their own thing, and even within the government, different infrastructures are developed, but they're not really able to work together or share information. And I think from the very beginning, this is something that Estonian expert system has been able to do, and in that sense, I think it's a quite remarkable achievement. And as I pointed out, it has got attention also from other countries. It has been kind of exported or shared with other countries. But again, context, it's just, technological solutions, but the contexts are different. And I guess in other countries, how it has been employed or used is not precisely the same as here in Estonia. So thanks. It seems that there is some kind of like delay when I speak, so maybe we can go now for a break, and when we come back from the break, I will reconnect and see if I will have a somewhat better connection.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof. But the responses were quite clear, and all of them were responded to. I think, colleagues, with that, we are going to have a break, and we should be back exactly 11:30. 11:30, so that we keep to our schedule. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we give you instant when you say thank you. ensure that online everyone is, well, we can't guarantee back, but at least they can hear us. Okay, welcome to our second session of the program. I think just as a matter of protocol, what we will do, we'll have 3 presentations. Each will be 30 minutes. And we'll have 30 minutes for robust discussions after that, before we go to the last session of the presentation. And for now, we'll have Jenica Merillo, who's head of digital health strategy at Estonia Ministry of Social Affairs. Janita, are you ready?
Yes, hello, I'm ready. I actually saw that cybersecurity will come first, but I'm happy to take also e-health if Melis decides so.
Okay,
Yes.
that's
Very good.
That's fine. That will be good. Let's get to that. Can you have your 30 minutes, and then we'll have the next speaker and the last one, and then we'll have discussions, you know, in the same basket. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much, and happy to. So, very nice to meet you. I'm Janika Merila, and I'm head of Estonian e-health and digitalization in social services. During these 20 minutes, I will tell you about e-health in Estonia, what have been our challenges, and why I think that digitalization truly makes an impact and a change in healthcare as well. So Estonia is really also a trendsetter and in one of the first places in the world in regards to e-health. We're kind of happy about it, but also we see the big responsibility to always be better and to always innovate and change, because I understand that even being the first, it is not enough. You can always do more. And with new technology, with AI, with different new services, we always kind of try to do much more. Even though we have all the services digital and everything available, we believe that new technology creates really new possibilities to do more than human can do. That technology can really expand and help to predict and prevent. But a few words about our ministry. We have a Ministry of Social Affairs and Healthcare. That means that we are integrating more and more the social care as well as healthcare, because we believe that it is actually the same challenge, how to keep people at home as long as we can, healthy and happy. And being healthy and happy and at home also in your retirement means that you need quite often both services from the healthcare that are supporting your health, as well as support services from social care. So we try to integrate these and to also integrate digital services and digital solution in this providing of service. In Estonia, as Professor mentioned, we have very many different IT solutions and registries and databases and very much data. During the last 25 years, we have gathered very much health data from people. We know about the different health conditions. We know everything about the vaccinations, about patient summaries, what prescriptions have been procured or dispersed during last over 20 years. But now it is very important that this information is also real-time available for everyone that needs it, that the service is available and data is available for doctors, for patients, as well as for decision makers to make wise political decisions. And this is why we have actually connected, as also Professor mentioned, all our digital services through X-Road. And this is basically the infrastructure that connects all databases. And we have a principle of once only. That means that all the information that has been entered by patient or the doctor has to be available for other doctors, for the patient himself. So it is very important to have this real-time connection between the different registries. And this is a backbone also for our e-health services. And what is important that this X-Road or this technology doesn't connect just healthcare registries and services, but it connects also different population registry, education registry, and anything that might be needed. So for example, when I go to pharmacy and I want to purchase the prescription for my mother, and I present my document, then the pharmacist knows already, based on the information from population registry, that yes, she is my mother and I can give this medicine to the daughter. So it's not only about healthcare, it's having this holistic picture of the person and its connections. And also, as mentioned, we have different ways of identification person, but this is also very important that Estonia has a unique ID code. For every child that is born, they receive a unique ID code. And this is used to connect all this data. So basically you can change your name, you can change your place where you're living, but you will always remain at this ID code in all the registries so that the system knows that this is you and you can be provided certain services. What is also important that this ID code gives an opportunity to regulate the access. Meaning, for example, for healthcare professionals, they can see only the health data of the person that they are treating right now. And the system understands that when the doctor enters with their ID code and their ID card, for example, that yes, we can provide access to this doctor, to this patient. So it's also a way how to be sure that the data is accessed and access is given only to those who really need it for certain purposes. So even though we have very many databases, there is no like one database and there is no one can access like all the information about the person. It is need to know only basis and access giving basis. So based on these national building blocks, we have managed to build quite an extensive or unique, I would say, e-health solutions. We started already digitalizing our services in early 2000s, even end of 90s. And we started by digitalizing the insurance data, the health insurance data. Then we moved to prescribing digital prescriptions so that when the person comes to pharmacy, the pharmacist already can see from the database that me as a patient have been prescribed certain medicine. Then I moved to having the electronic health record so that the doctor can see anything and everything about this patient online and in real time. And the next step was cross-border data exchange. So now we're changing health data with 13 different European countries. Of course, the most of data exchanges with our neighbors, Finland, Latvia, Lithuania. And for example, when Finnish patient comes to Estonia, they can buy from Estonian pharmacy the medicine that was prescribed by the doctor in Finland. And for example, when Estonian patient goes to Portugal or to Spain, the Spanish or Portuguese doctor can see my health record, that what are my main diagnoses, what medicine I have been prescribed, what are my vaccines, and all the main information. So now we have, since 2007, everything digital, and doctors have to enter all the patient data electronically. So we don't have any more paper, because we think that when you have paper, the doctors will not enter the data. So that the patients will not see their data and other doctors will not be able to see the data. So we have certain motivation schemes so that doctors have to and are motivated to enter all the data digitally. And that means that since 2007, basically even earlier, we have all the data digitalized and accessible when needed. So we have different building blocks in eHealth. That means, as described, we have national building blocks like identification card, code, X-road, which is very important fundamental cornerstones. But also, of course, we have many eHealth solutions. For example, we have patient portal, which I will show in 2 minutes. We have, of course, different e-prescription systems, different consultations, telehealth solutions, ambulance systems that can see the real-time data also. But we're quite proud of our also AI-based solutions and that are supporting doctors in their work. For example, for many years already, we have AI-based decision support that when doctor has an appointment with patient, the AI suggests what could be the next steps, what could be the diagnosis, what tests maybe to do additionally. So it's this very smart AI-based decision support that can see all the data and gives a second opinion, while always the doctor is the one to decide, and doctor is always in control. And this is really important, that you trust in technology when you understand how it works and when you feel that you're in control of technology. As well, the second AI-based solution is drug interaction check. So when the pharmacist or actually doctor is prescribing a medicine, then the system gives a feedback that maybe this patient is taking another drug that has interaction, and please reconsider prescribing it. We very much believe in personalized care, and having all this data, we can offer more and more personalized solution. In Estonia, we have 200,000 genomic samples or DNA samples. So combining these DNA samples and the electronic health record and all the health data, we can make more personalized recommendations. For example, who has the higher probability of getting certain types of cancer or developing certain types of cancer, who is in risk of different diseases, so we can prevent it also better. But welcome to our national eHealth portal. This is what each and every Estonian, not only national, but anyone who has Estonian social code can access. So through this health portal, we can see everything that the doctors have been doing with you, the patient, which means all the prescriptions that have been dispersed or purchased, all the doctor's appointment, all the diagnoses, the vaccinations, the health history. Basically, as I said, since 2007 or even a few years before, everything is digital and can be accessed through this patient portal. This is example of my doctor appointments, not mine, but just an example. And here you can see the detailed report of every appointment and what tests were run, what are the results of the diagnostics, and also like indicators that where might some problems lie. As well, we have all private and public doctors connected to the system, which means that it's not only the government information or the government doctors that enter the information, but also the private practitioners. So basically, when you go to the dentist, for example, they also enter all of the data to this central system, and then the other doctors can see also that what was done in a previous appointment and have the complete information, as well as, of course, the family doctor has complete information of your health. But what is also important that having this complete information, it is important that a person feels that they are in charge of their personal data, meaning that I control my data. And for this, we have several mechanisms and ways to increase this trust. For example, there is always a log file of anyone who accesses person's data. So if any doctor, even having the permit, for example, my family doctor that has a permit, accesses my data, it leaves a timestamp that this doctor has viewed my data this time and why. So I can always see, for example, that even having access to my data, why did my doctor check my data like on Sunday when I didn't have any appointment or I didn't have any test results? And this really increases trust that always I can have a control or overview of who has viewed my data. And of course, there are many access controls that not any random doctor can access your data. There needs to be a reason for getting this data access permit. And also, I can close my information. So, for example, when I visit, let's say, psychiatrist, and I don't want my family doctor to know, or I don't want my family member who has access to my data to know, I can close certain diagnoses, certain prescriptions, certain appointments, so that other doctors or the one who I have allowed to see my data will not see all of the information. And that also gives this security or knowing that you control your data and also parts of your data that who can see what. And this is also one of the main European principles. We have a new directive that was published actually today, European Health Data Space Directive. And the main message is that the person is in control of their data. And this is really very important for the trust. The people trust in the system when they know that they can control and have complete overview of what is happening to their data. So now we're working on cross-border services. So as mentioned, we can purchase the different medicine or share data with the doctors with first EU countries and then also third countries in regards to prescriptions, health summary, also in the future the lab results and all the information needed. And yes, we have connected to 13 different countries, and of course the neighbors are the most using these services. So what does the future bring? Having all this health data and having all services digital, actually, we believe, as I mentioned, very much in the personalized services, that it's not just digitalized, but every person receives recommendations and services based on their needs. That means maybe I have higher risk scores in regards to certain diseases, so maybe I need to do the routine checks more often. Maybe I have a risk of developing certain, obesity or certain types of diseases, so I need to change my lifestyle. And we believe in this proactive approach that not only should we treat the patients, but also offer these tools to for the person to be in control of their own, not only data, but also their own health. So to be proactively recommending these services and preventive care. And I very much believe myself in the artificial intelligence, in AI, because I believe it can offer so much more in regards to e-health. For example, the doctor that is reviewing X-ray, they might not know how the real disease look like or how certain types of cancer developed in the future. But having this massive data, the AI can already predict that seeing this X-ray, I can predict, based on my big data and based on clinical trials, that this might develop into certain type of cancer. Please start running the checks more often, for example. So the AI will be really big enabler in seeing the information that the human eye cannot see. And now we're finding ways how to start really implementing it in life to decrease the burden for the healthcare specialists so that the bureaucracy will be done pretty much by AI, as well as to this expand human capacities as well. And I'm sorry if it wasn't half an hour, 20 minutes. I hope it almost was. But I am very happy to answer all the possible questions that you might have in regards to healthcare and social care.
Thank you, Janita. I don't think you have to apologize. I think what this shows is that you can handle very complex items, but handle them, in a very professional manner, because the information that you gave, it's a lot, but you handle all that within a very short period of time. I think that we could give another round of applause for that, actually. and thank you very much. Colleagues, I don't know if there is any question or you're still thinking about your questions. We could move to the next speaker, and at the end, if there are questions, immediate questions, they could be asked now, so that we still have about 9 minutes. Okay, there is a question.
Thanks very much. I'm Professor Miller from the Thabo Mbeki School. My question is, it's first a comment that it really does help to assist the patient with the correlation of their personal information in that way. I'm sure many of us have found us writing on a piece of paper what a doctor said, or trying to keep a box of where some pills you were given. So that certainly demonstrates the positive aspects of this kind of electronic banking of the information and centralization. However, as with all digitization, there's a loss of the personal element. There's a loss of that relationship very often that you have with a medical service provider. This is a general kind of concern that often gets expressed about artificial intelligence and the use of technology. Are there ways in which that the kind of anomie that comes with these technological developments are mitigated? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We actually discussed this topic yesterday among ourselves, that what is the balance between personal service and automatization. And we don't replace the medical personnel, we support the medical personnel. So basically the person still visits their doctor, still the doctor is running the tests, is consulting the patient just can see so much more of the data. So for example, we can have some telehealth solutions, remote monitorings, but by the end of the day, you still consult with your family doctor. So we see these tools more like supporting the healthcare professionals, not replacing them. And you still have this human contact. And I believe we always will have this human contact, because you also need to have this opportunity to consult, to double check, to have this human touch. And it's even part of this also building trust, that you feel that you're discussing with someone who has empathy, who understands your problems, your issues, your challenges. So we're not so much replacing the doctors, we're supporting them to make the faster and more precise decisions.
Okay. Can I ask a question also? I think it's a self-interested question that has to do with the elderly. In this digital system, as you grow older, there are challenges. Are there ways in which there is a watchdog ensuring that those who are, aging can still handle, this digital world in terms of e-health?
Yes, thank you. The e-health is still one of the possibilities to to see your information, to receive certain services, but it is not replacing the possibility that if you want to go to doctor and not look at your electronic data and consult with doctor, you always have this real life alternative. So we're making it much more convenient and faster to access your data and information, but still there is a possibility not to be in this digital world, to be fully in this real-time world. But when we look at the use of different services, when we look at the statistics, how many people has really reviewed their data in health portal or used health portal services, we don't see actually so much the digital divide, because the age doesn't always mean that you're digitally behind the divide. Very often, also, the elderly people are using e-banking, so the same technology applies to e-health or the access to e-health. They always have the relatives or the close ones that can show how to use these solutions. But again, this is just, we have democracy. You can use offline services, you can use online services. And we don't feel that the age groups are so much left behind. It's still like how much you're ready to adapt and to try something new. But then again, also elderly people that more often visit the doctors, they want to see the results as fast as possible, and this is enabled by digital solutions. So sometimes they even have motivations more to access these digital services and to use them as they also visit the doctors more. So, but sorry to take one more moment. We had in 90s, I think, a very great program called the Tiger Leap, where we tried to address this issue of digital divide. And there were big programs of first training the trainers and then training the people or elderly people and those who might be left behind the digital divide, how to use the different e-services. And it was in partnership with the telcos, banks and government. And approximately 10% of the population was trained how to, or taught how to use the digital services, and over 1,000 access points were created in public administrations, libraries, so that the people could also not have computer at home, but visit their library and access their data or use the e-services. So we have been also addressing overall this, not only in healthcare, but in e-services, how no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one more question.
My question is about the e-health across the border. Are the health systems of all those countries harmonized? If this is not the case, how do you overcome the differences and the challenges for each and every country?
Thank you. Very good question. There is a central infrastructure called My Health at EU that has been developed by European Commission, and that is only at this point for European countries who are able to connect and to standardize the data. So we can exchange the health data only with the countries that are using the same central infrastructure and have the data in the same format. This is why, for example, we are not connected to all EU countries, because some countries don't have centralized data. Even some big countries don't have centralized health data, so they cannot also submit it cross-border. So we're exchanging through the one central system and in the same format, and with the countries that are able to provide this data centrally in the same format.
Okay, thank you very much, Janita. I think colleagues will move to the area of cyber security now. And I'm very sorry earlier to have made that boo-boo. Probably it's because I'm in the security, area, so subconsciously, that's how it came out. Could we have Mela Maigri, who's head of Cybersecurity Competence Center in the Estonia e-Governance Academy?
Yes, hello from my side. Happy to be here and happy to tell you about the cybersecurity a little bit more general, as well but overall to particularly focus on Estonia. So I'm sharing the screen. I hope you see the slides.
Yes, we can see the slide.
Excellent. Just as a background, my own approach to cybersecurity comes most from the strategic angle. First from the government perspective, where I used to work for about 20 years in the Estonian public sector, most recently as the head of NATO Cyber Center of Excellence, but prior to that as the National Security Advisor for the Presidents of Estonia, as well as in the NATO Sections Office. Then I looked at cyber from the private sector angle, and now I'm drawing my experience from work at the e-Governance Academy. Excellence, but prior to that as the National Security Advisor for the Presidents of Estonia, as well as in the NATO Sections Office. Then I looked at cyber from the private sector angle, and now I'm drawing my experience. Again, I understand there's a bit of a delay in the audio.
Yeah, but it's clear now. I think let's just continue, and then if there are problems, we'll indicate. Can you hear?
Okay. Let us do that. So, as said, I draw my experience from the current work at the e-Governance Academy. So, the e-Governance Academy, I can hear you well.
Yes, we can hear. We can hear.
The e-Governance Academy is an independent, non-profit organization with a mission to increase the prosperity and openness of societies through digital transformation and cybersecurity. The e-Governance Academy has been acting as an implementer of international development cooperation projects in over 130 countries since about 2002. The areas of expertise of the e-Governance Academy is outlined here in the slide, and the overall vision of ours is that the idea that cybersecurity must be at the core of the digital transformation in the inception, in the implementation and delivery of various digital services and solutions. This principle has guided us throughout the past decade. So what do we do? Our cybersecurity team includes experts with track record in public service from mostly Estonia, but also other countries. And we provide support for beneficiary governments in the areas of cybersecurity governance, cyber institution building, policy and strategy development, also legal framework, then critical information infrastructure protection and risk management, cybersecurity equipment and tools, as well as training and exercises for building the technical and operational capabilities of various CSIRTs and security operations centers. As a practical example, our team is currently engaged in capacity building in Moldova, in Ukraine, in Georgia, and throughout the Western Balkans, as well as in Central Asia, with the support of NATO, EU, and various other donors. So this is a sort of like a little bit of an introduction, but here now, today in my intervention, I would like to focus more particularly on why should we care about cybersecurity. What do we mean when we say cybersecurity? What is the definition of terms? I would focus on the case of Estonia, amplifying and echoing the messages of Professor Kitsing and Janika Merilo prior to me, Then I would focus a little bit more on the cybersecurity governance in Estonia, on the operational capacities of the Estonian Computer Emergency Response Team, and last but not least, look into the future. What are the topics of key importance when we all look at cybersecurity? So, moving on. So why should we care about cybersecurity? I would say that this lecture supports the broader notion of cybersecurity not being something that can be isolated to network and information systems, but a situation where national security is protected from and resilient to threats through network and information systems. So my point here is that cybersecurity should never be treated as a separate issue, but it should rather be seen as part of the government's wider agenda. Cybersecurity is not an end in itself, but rather cyber stands as an enabler for a functional digital society that benefits its people and its economy. It should support and enhance other state priorities, be they in the area of foreign policy, security, economic development, or national defense. The digital transformation that was discussed earlier today can definitely cut costs, it can drive innovation, it can create jobs as well as boost the GDP, but it can do that all while improving. But these benefits can only be realized if the digital services and infrastructures at the same time are also reliable and resilient. So the point here is that a prosperous digital society cannot really exist without a cyber defense posture that adequately addresses the challenges posed by our reliance on technology and internet-based platforms. Also, it is extremely important that the state equally values both basic protections of fundamental online rights and freedoms, as well as efficiently dealing with cyber threats. Estonia, in this regards, can be an example that you can demonstrating that you can achieve high results in both of these fields. Estonia ranks high in international indexes, being in the global top tier 1 role modeling performance rank. In an index, for example, compiled by the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, its most recent publication of the Global Cybersecurity Index. However, equally significant is Estonia's high achievement in internet freedom, ranking second globally in the Freedom on the Net report by Freedom House, which is an annual survey and analysis of internet freedom around the world. So at the global level, our global openness increases the scale of dependence on technology. Because the same software, the same hardware, and the same platforms are really used all over the world. And each IT field, be it chips, operating systems, phones, or services, is dominated by 2 or 3 major manufacturers that have a near total hegemony on their own technological segment. That is also why the same security vulnerabilities affect millions of devices and users. So all of this together underlines that in today's interconnected world, no one party can really deliver cybersecurity alone. Cybersecurity is a collaborative effort involving both government and the private sector stakeholders, as well as a number of international partners at the same time. And as a practical illustration to this, Estonia can be an example of a country that is sharing its cyber threat information with allies and partners. Estonia can be an illustration of a country that is actively promoting an understanding of how international law applies in cyberspace. Estonia, as an example of a successful public-private partnership, has developed and is promoting the organization of cyber reserves. And last but not least, Estonia has been among the early promoters of introducing mandatory cyber risk management for government information systems and essential services. So all this is part of the cooperative attitude of Estonia, not just in words, but also in deeds, in practice. So throughout this introduction, you may have noticed words such as protection of fundamental online rights and freedoms, benefit of people, trust, collaborative effort. All of these terms are also associated with liberal democracy as they reflect some of its key principles and core values. And this is where Estonia's approach to cybersecurity comes from. So moving on to the definition of terms, it is important to say that no uniform or commonly accepted definition of cybersecurity really exists. While the terms information security and cybersecurity are often used interchangeably, it is important perhaps when we do discuss about the definition of terms to distinguish between them, to make a difference between information security and cybersecurity. So in the old days, before the internet became an all-encompassing phenomenon, cyber was a relatively new term. And IT security or information security was a major concern for organizations and individuals, and was deemed to was deemed as the protection of information and especially the processing of information. So information security focuses on the safeguarding of data in all its forms, both digital as well as physical. That is, for example, on paper, and physical access also to data centers. So the NIST, the US National Institute of Standards and Technology online dictionary defines information security as the protection of information and information systems from unauthorized access, use, disclosure, interference, modification, or destruction to ensure confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data. So when we talk about the definition of terms, the CIA triad, or the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, really remain the key pillars of the information security field. They must be maintained at all times. And what does it mean more particularly? It means that information must remain confidential, ensuring that it's not shared with anybody who should not have access to it. That means the protection of data or an information system from unauthorized access by third parties. So if we bring the example of my blood type, for example, then my general practitioner, my family doctor, should have access to my blood type information, but not maybe necessarily my employer. Then availability. Availability refers to how accessible an information system is. It is the availability of a system or data that is expected to perform in good manners. Ideally, organizations should have a plan in place to ensure that systems are accessible to the people who should have access to it. And focusing on availability also means that organizations should have plans for responding to data breaches and having backup data plans in place. So leakages of blood type from hospital could be the example of the availability leakage. Finally, integrity. This is about information security, meaning that the data is accurate and complete, ensuring that decisions can be made based on up-to-date information. Also meaning that the protection of data from unauthorized modification or destruction is needed. So if we continue on the illustration of blood type information, the integrity of data means that no one has hacked into the systems and changed my blood type. So summing up this topic of the definition of terms, I would say that while the information security is an umbrella term that includes, which includes as part of it IT security, cybersecurity, and data protection as part of it. Cybersecurity then is generally seen as a subset of information security, meaning that it is a smaller part of this larger field. Now, moving on to looking at Estonia, I will also take a few minutes of going back and looking to the development of these terms in Estonia from early 90s to up to today, putting emphasis on in some areas that were mentioned and referred to earlier to underline the same ideas. It all started from scratch in regaining independence back in 1991. After 50 years of Soviet occupation, Estonia really had the infrastructure that was at the level of 1930s. We were small and poor and 50 years behind. We had missed various infrastructure that had been built in the Western Europe throughout those 50 years. But on the other hand, in early 1990s, the Western world was also at the very start of the internet revolution. Because let's recall, it was in 1989 that Sir Tim Berners-Lee, for example, had just invented the World Wide Web, or more precisely, the tiny HTTP, or Hypertext Transfer Protocol, the basis of the internet. While in 1993, Mark Andreessen had come up with Mosaic's first ever web browser. So digital was an area where Estonia was on an equal level playing field, as everyone else was more or less at the same place, at the very start of things. Estonian political decision makers recognized the promise of internet technology as a means of boosting the country's ailing economy. In internet, Estonia could be an equal player with other Western European countries. With no legacy systems, Estonia's carte blanche starting position could even become an advantage. For example, instead of a paper-based land register, a digital one was immediately created. In order to connect all main public sector registries and databases in early 1990s, the Estonian government launched the data exchange layer called the X-Road, which today forms really the backbone of digital Estonia. Partly due to lack of money, a large national server park with a central database was not built. Instead, X-Road became to be the environment that allowed various databases and registers, both in the public and private sector, to link up and operate in harmony. Through its security architecture and development practices, X-Road provides a versatile security solution that consists of multiple layers. And that's where the cybersecurity plays a crucial role. It is much more difficult to organize a cyber attack to these multiple layers, compared to attacking one large national server park. So the cybersecurity part of it is and has always been important. The launch of the Estonian digital lifestyle was also facilitated by an ICT education program called the Tiger Leap, which has been mentioned before today. Tiger Leap involved building network infrastructure and getting all schools online. Today, the role of the Tiger Leap project can be seen both in the success stories of technology that was talked in more detail in prior by Professor Kgorong, but also more broadly in having a huge number of startups in Estonia, because what is even more important is not the programming and the computer science skills per se that project taught to the school children, but a more intergenerational IT skills that were rooted in the early youth with this program, and this trust in technology that has ever since laid the foundation for people willing to use different digital services. Having accepted that we could go digital in this country, Estonia went to also pioneering new ways of government. An important part of this was the political decision to provide a legal basis for digital identity back in 2000, linking personal identification code to the official population register, which made it possible to use a digital signature. This step meant that a person's digital identity became as important as a passport, and the digital signature got the same legal value and became as important as a physical signature. Since then, the encrypted national identity provided by the government is at the heart of Estonia's digital society. It is mandatory and it provides access to all of Estonia's digital services, such as online tax filing system, e-voting, electronic health records that have been talked in more detail in prior. Why I bring out the EID as one of the cornerstones of digital society is, from one part, the trust service provider to protect the service from all possible cyber attacks also, and to assure the integrity of the system, but also from a citizen's point of view to be aware of security principles in using the EID. A good example in pushing for the cybersecurity community to work together was internet voting that was introduced already in 2005 and has been in successful use up to today. The success of e-voting in turn prompted the establishment of the first Estonian National Computer Emergency Response Team, or CERT, back in 2006. All this underlines that for Estonia, cybersecurity is not really a separate issue from digitization. Rather, we see it as part of a broader concept to ensure the protection of our digital lifestyle. Now, the digital lifestyle was put to a test early on in 2007 as Estonia's advanced digital infrastructure was hit by cyber attacks during a period of heightened political tension with Russia over the Second World War monument. It all started when the Estonian government decided to move a bronze soldier from Tallinn city center to a suburban military cemetery. Now we know that this was the first time in history that a state-sanctioned cyber attacks were used to advance political goals. This decision of the government of Estonia to move the monument to one place to another sparked outrage in the Russian language media, and Russian speakers in Estonia took to the streets. Protests were made worse by the Russian state fake news reports claiming that the statue and nearby Soviet war graves were being destroyed. So the capital of Estonia, Tallinn, erupted into 2 nights of riots and lootings. 156 people were injured, 1 person died, and thousands were detained. The following day, Estonia was also hit by major cyber attacks that lasted for about 3 weeks. Online services of Estonian banks, media outlets, and government agencies were taken down by an unprecedented levels of internet traffic. Massive waves of spam were sent by botnets, and huge amounts of automated online requests really swamped the servers. As a result of all that, Estonian citizens could not draw any cash from the ATM cash machines or online banking services, which went out of action. Also, the government employees were unable to communicate with each other over email because their email inboxes were filled with spam and phishing emails. The government websites were filled with defacements, and newspapers and online broadcasters suddenly could not really deliver the news because the government and some commercial news media websites were being exposed to internet traffic that exceeded the normal traffic 100 to 1,000 times. So a bit of a personal story. At the time of the attacks, I was living and working in Kiev in Ukraine, while my then 2-year-old son and husband stayed in Estonia, in our home country. And for me personally, for several days, I was unable to really get much information about what was really going on with my hometown, because, as I said, the governmental websites and the news media services were paralyzed. I could call, of course, my family members, but I couldn't get the context. The outside access to virtually all Estonian digital services was blocked as the Estonian Computer Emergency Response Team, the CERT, cut the networks off from the outer world, isolating the country's systems to allow them to recover from the attacks. So all of these ultimately efforts helped to keep the Estonian web services from completely crashing. The event really brought home to me personally and to the wider society, as well as to the government, that cyber attacks can be real and that cybersecurity cannot be underestimated. This crisis situation was subsequently mitigated by the Estonian community of technical experts who acted with a strong support from their international peers. And of course, it's important to say that today's cyber conflicts tend to be much, much more sophisticated and cunning. Nevertheless, that attack back in 2007 against Estonia, it served as a good wake-up call, both for me personally, for the wider society, for the government, as said, because people realized that you cannot have and you cannot deliver security without thinking and considering cybersecurity. And ever since this understanding has guided Estonia throughout the years. So when looking at the cybersecurity governance system today, this slide here illustrates the cyber governance, how it is done in Estonia. The field of cybersecurity in Estonia currently is managed and coordinated by the Ministry of Justice and Digital Affairs. There are several institutions and individuals that are involved in organizing cybersecurity, including various ministries, local government units, and different providers of vital services. They shape and implement their strategies and priorities, both independently and across their organizations and areas of governance. The prevention and resolution of cyber incidents is operated by the Information System Authority, or as we say in Estonia, by RIA, to the extent provided for in the Cybersecurity Act, which is a key piece of legislation adopted in this field. Cyber diplomacy in Estonia is part of the portfolio of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Cyber activities that are related to military defense and in cooperation with NATO are in the area of governance of the Ministry of Defense, and the National Police under the Ministry of Interior is responsible for combating cybercrime. The Ministry of Justice and Digital Affairs is supervising the whole area, guaranteeing an interagency approach and cooperation to cybersecurity. They are responsible for harmonizing policy objectives through the Cybersecurity Council, which involves all relevant ministries. In addition, various cyber coordination units have been established, the most important of which is the Cyber Policy Board, which includes representatives from state authorities as well as the private sector and research institutions. So the government of Estonia gets informed about most important cybersecurity issues weekly, each week, as part of a cybersecurity briefing, as well as in response to any major domestic incidents. Regular overviews of the cybersecurity situation are provided to the permanent undersecretaries and government members who are attending the regular meetings of the Security Cabinet. The cybersecurity community, that is the information system managers, infrastructure owners and service providers, also get informed about threat assessment and about the situation in cyberspace, as well as sector-specific newsletters that are distributed to them by RIA. And speaking of legislation, as I said before, since 2018, the central legislation in the field of cybersecurity in Estonia has been the Cybersecurity Act, which also has made sure that Estonia is compliant to EU requirements in cybersecurity, most notably the NIS-1 directive and now also the NIS-2 directive. Then under RIA, there is the National Cybersecurity Center of Estonia and the CERT. They are responsible for providing the analysis of the cyberspace and prevention activities, various awareness campaigns about cybersecurity hygiene to the state sector, but also to the society at large. They are responsible for interacting with a critical infrastructure, making sure that the critical information infrastructure protection and risk management plans are in place. They have created an information security standard and are supervising, making sure that the standard is applied throughout the country. And within the center, there is the CERT, the National Computer Emergency Response Team, the CERT-EE, which brings resilience to the critical infrastructure and the government cyberspace through monitoring, providing a 24/7 monitoring of the government cyberspace, helping with incidents where they can, leading awareness-raising campaigns within the society and among different stakeholders, also providing various cost-effective services for the state network, particularly on DDoS protection. Then in threat intelligence, they cooperate closely with national security services, both the foreign intelligence and the internal intelligence, And also they are the central point of cooperation for any international cooperation in this regard through the CSIRT network and other formats. So here we have come to the last part of the discussion of looking into the future. What are the key issues in cybersecurity for Estonia? I would here outline topics in 4 key areas. First, the challenges that Estonia has to tackle when improving the political governance of cybersecurity and conducting comprehensive risk and crisis management. Here, there's the challenge of strengthening resilience at national and organizational level to prepare, to respond, and to recover from cyber attacks. There is the challenge of the increase of the increasing speed and scale of intelligence sharing and victim notification. Here, there's a need to take action in and through cyberspace to support the national security and to prevent and detect serious crime. There are challenges related to deterring and disrupting adversaries at state level, be they criminal and other cyber actors and activities then that are targeted against national interests, as well as the citizens. The government is responsible and needs in this area to look at the enhanced public-private partnership and operational collaboration that is needed to build the community of trust and to disrupt the adversaries. And then, of course, the challenge of hiring the talent, that is hiring experienced experts with the right decision-making competence in the government, and also maintaining a mechanism for obtaining faster and more meaningful lessons from various crises. Then, under the title of strengthening the cyber ecosystem, it is a focus for Estonia when looking into the future of maintaining structures, partnerships and networks that are necessary to support this whole of society approach to cyber, which is very, very important in Estonia. And as part of that, how to keep on building the trust-based cybersecurity ecosystem. Thirdly, international cooperation remains key also for the future, building coalitions to counter cyber threats, also implementing the values of the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, the Freedom Online Coalition, where Estonia is the chair country in 2025, and also other long-standing efforts to realize a democratic vision for the digital ecosystem. Then issues of how to leverage and export cyber capability, promote one's broader foreign policy and prosperity interests, and ultimately then also to strengthen the international partner capacity. And fourthly and finally, how to strengthen literate cyber society, how to cyber literate society. So under that key title, there are emphases for the government to enhance and expand the nation's cyber skills at every level, including through educational system that should necessarily keep on inspiring and equipping the future talent. And what is also very important, there's a need to focus not just on technology, but also on the behavioral factors when developing cybersecurity. Because cyberspace is a human-made environment and fundamentally shaped by the human behavior, driven by all the factors that influence the human behavior. And therefore, for any strategic intervention in order to be effective, it cannot be, it cannot ignore the cultural and societal factors that have an impact on the governments, but also on the private companies, the citizens, as well as the criminals. So with this, I stop my monologue and remain open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mele, especially for rounding up the presentation with those key issues for Estonia. I think they are worth, considering.
We cannot hear you. I'm sorry. I think your mic is not on.
Can you hear now? Can you hear now? No. Can you hear now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No, just to repeat, I was thanking and acknowledging Mela's presentation, especially for rounding up, that excellent presentation with those key issues for Estonia, and I was saying they are worth looking at as very important pointers. I think before we move to the other presentation, if possible, if there are questions, immediate questions, we can ask them. If you are still thinking about them, we'll move to the next presenter. There seems to be one question. Okay, here is a question coming.
Mine is sort of a light-hearted response. I just saw an image in terms of your presentation, which has to do with key issues. I just wanted to find out from you, that image has a red ant and the rest were black ants. So for me, who does have sort of interest in such representations and symbolism, I was just asking you, maybe to be provocative, does the single red ant represent the dark internet and criminals? Because it stood out of your visual representation.
Oh, thank you for a good imagination. I wouldn't limit the representation, or I wouldn't cut the wings of your fantasy here. So each listener is free to add a symbolism to the red and black ants as they deem fit. The parts of these illustrations have been drawn from a competition that was sponsored by Hewlett-Packard Institute a few years ago in an attempt to encourage artists to visualize cybersecurity as such. And it's always, I think, a challenge to find the right illustrations to any discussions and talks on cyber. And over the years, I've personally grown a little bit tired of these typical images of hackers in hoodies and these figures of people, anonymous people sitting behind the computers. So I've tried to, on my end, add to the fact of first boosting the results of those artists, and also to change diversify the visualization of cybersecurity to the extent possible. But what red and black arts could represent, I let your imagination run wild. Thank you.
Okay, there is a second question.
Mine will be short. I am Dr. Zubane from Thabo Mbeki School. I have a short question, and it may be out of ignorance, but please bear with me. I have come across a concept of quantum computer, and I would like to ask, looking into global trends and technological advancements, how far are we regarding such technology? And the following question would be, what does such technology hold the prospects? Actually, I believe it does. So I wanted to check if at the end of the day, it would not undermine the security that you are talking about for each and every country that may try to move towards this particular direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Your question is very pertinent because quantum computing, along with large language models and AI, are definitely having a role in cybersecurity as well. Quantum computing essentially is linked with the modern encryption methods that potentially could be then rendered useless. But I would say that in the daily interactions with cybersecurity, when looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly reports, for example, shared by the Estonian CERT, the more mundane issues of using too simple passwords or not using passwords at all, not sufficiently using a two-factor identity, not sufficiently backupping your computer systems, not following the patching and updating of the systems is a much, much more serious and everyday threat where we, each and every individual with our better cyber hygiene practices can make a difference. While I do not want to undermine the seriousness of potential quantum computing impact on cybersecurity as well as the AI playing a role, there are these daily, more mundane items which first and foremost are the much larger reasons of various cyber incidents that render that sort of like that impact the lives of ours.
Okay, thank you. Mary, we'll stop it there because I can see that some of the questions that are coming are heated and we might not finish with that. I would like us to move to the third, but let's have a round of applause for you. That is for both the presentation and the way you handled, the questions. Thank you very much. Could we move, it's Leno Raymond there. Leno Raymond.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, I think you can start shooting until you finish, and then we'll have a session for questions and comments as soon as you are done. Ready?
Just a second. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear. We can hear.
Very good. And you can see me too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. We can see you.
Okay, I think it's... Can you see the screen now?
Not yet. Can we go to share? Because
well, it looks fine from my side. Still no sharing?
not yet, there's new instruction coming.
Please stop sharing and then try it again, because on our side it's not reflecting.
Okay. And now?
Not yet.
Okay, maybe for the sake of time, I can just go without the slides then, if you don't mind.
If you are not going to use the slides, if you don't mind, will you be able to share, not share, send them to us?
Yes.
Yeah, that's one option.
Okay.
Yeah,
fine with me.
Then we can go. But remember, because there are no slides, we'll be looking at you throughout.
No problem with that. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, let me first introduce myself briefly. I'm Lemme Raymond. I'm part of the team at Europol, which is the EU law enforcement cooperation agency, and we are dealing with cybercrime. This is where I'm working. It's called a European Cybercrime Center. Originally, I'm from Estonia, so I'm a law enforcement officer from Estonia, but last 15 or so years, I've been working internationally. So that includes also working for Interpol for 5 years. And before joining the Cybercrime Center, I was also deployed to the United States to facilitate the cooperation between European law enforcement agencies and the US federal agencies responsible for different types of crime fighting. So, and therefore also the presentation that I'm going to deliver without slides, unfortunately, but I will share the slides afterwards as agreed. The presentation is focusing obviously on the European Union and the state of play when it comes to the cybercrime in Europe, more particularly. I'm also going to give you a little bit of information that covers the measures we have taken at the EU level across the EU member states in order to tackle cybercrime. I will introduce some of the tools we have introduced, and also some of the things we are using organizationally and technically to keep the pace with the challenge of fighting the cybercrime. So firstly, I think it's important to understand the landscape. And we always, when we think of different types of criminality, then we think of this in terms of economy. Because after all, every crime, almost every crime, is there because of the need of the criminals to go after financial gains. And therefore, some simple rules of economics are to be applied here as well. And we tend to look at the different crime areas as criminal markets. So we always try to understand the size of those criminal markets in order to prioritize and triage our resources, where we should put more, where we should put less, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, the slide cannot be shown, but the slide is very descriptive. When we look at the estimated costs of cybercrime worldwide, I'm talking about worldwide, in this case, not just Europe,
then we are looking at, today we have 2025, and the estimate is that the cost of cybercrime will be around $10 trillion US. It used to be, just shortly before the pandemic, it was 1 trillion. So 5 years later, it's 10 trillions. And the estimation for 2029 is 15. So another plus 50%. And this is, at least for me, it's unimaginable figure. And even when we compare it with the other criminal markets, let's take as an example the most easy one probably, which is the most common one, the drugs market, that is usually described as the most lucrative and so on and so forth. Then the drugs market size is by far not comparable with the criminal market size of cybercrime worldwide. This is just to give you the background where we are with this type of criminality. The other one, to describe the environment we are working in when we talk about cybercrime, is the amount of the data we are working with. And also the amount of the data that is being stolen. Because one of the things that is enabling many of cybercrimes are the data breaches. And when we look at the data breaches that have taken place already since 2013 and so on, the latest one I can give an example from April 2024, where 2.9 billion records were stolen from National Public Data Breach. Then we are talking about billions and billions of pieces of information. It doesn't mean that we have billions of people or individuals whose information has been stolen, but we're talking about pieces of information that are going to be used by the criminals, such as the credit card information, phone data, and et cetera, that can be used either to create false accounts or just to steal bluntly the money. So the amount of the data is another big and important aspect of all this. While fighting cybercrime, we also have to think of the multiple phases of cybercrime. And when I'm saying multiple phases of cybercrime, I'm thinking of different cyber attacks that can be attributed either to criminals acting solely because of the financial reasons and with financial purposes, or we have cyber attacks that can be attributed to the countries, to the governments, and we can speak here about ratio 50-50. So half of every second cyber attack basically can be attributed to a particular country, and this can be described as a cyber incident with political component. I also have a slide that you can take a look at later stage, which describes and lists the countries that are mostly behind those cyber attacks. But you can imagine that investigating I would say in brackets, simple cyber attack compared to a cyber attack that has been facilitated by government agencies is totally different story. First of all, we have to make a distinction between those two different types, and then we also have to think of different measures, different approaches when it comes to investigating those kinds of cyber attacks. Interestingly, at least in Europe, in most cases, when we can attribute cyber attack to a certain government, it's the police who is in charge of the investigation, in most cases. And this makes it very, very difficult in terms of the environment where European law enforcement is working, because obviously we can't count on the cooperation from those countries that are behind those cyber attacks, and often also there is a total lack of any kind of international legal instruments that can be used in those cases. So getting closer to the topic of the cybercrime as such, most of what I will tell you about is based on the latest report Europol has published on cybercrime, and this is called Internet Organized Crime Threat Assessment. It's a report that is being, under normal circumstances, published every year, And we have, of course, two versions of this report. One is restricted just for law enforcement use, and the other one is public that can also be accessed by any member of public. When talking about cybercrime, I think it's appropriate to start with the cybercrime enablers. And I think the best place to start here is to talk about the dark web, because the dark web continues to be a key crime, allowing us to share knowledge, tools, services in a very concealed way. It is nevertheless unstable as the fragmentation of marketplaces continues, and it goes also hand in hand with the surge in exit scams by those who have established those marketplaces. As a result, the life cycle of criminal sites has become shorter, and mirror sites are springing up rapidly to counter takedowns. There have been many, many takedowns, as you probably have seen also in public announcements by the law enforcement and judicial authorities. The Tor network remains the most popular platform for cybercriminals to access the dark web, so there is no change in that regard. Another key word here that I would like to underline is cryptocurrencies. The use of cryptocurrencies in a number of areas of crime has become more and more evident. Bitcoin is still the cryptocurrency that is most abused by criminals, but the use of alternative coins seems to be growing as well. Underground banking for laundering crypto assets seems to be increasing too, alongside the re-emergence of cryptocurrency debit cards and the regular criminal use of different swapping services. And then, of course, end-to-end encryption. That is always a topic when law enforcement colleagues discuss the challenges in fighting the cybercrime. And here, cybercriminals are abusing legitimate end-to-end encryptions and messaging applications, and that keeps growing. The criminal market for ransomware, malware, phishing as a service is also growing and resembles the dynamics of the legitimate industry. Like I said already earlier, we can find many parallels with legitimate industry here. And cybercriminals are publishing their services also via the dark web and different messaging applications using end-to-end encryption. Who are the targets? That's the another question of those cybercrimes. So millions of victims across the EU are attacked and exploited online on a daily basis, that's clear. Ransomware groups increasingly target small and medium-sized businesses because they usually have lower cyber defenses in place. E-merchants and bank institutions are the preferred victims of digital skimming attacks. Users continue to fall victim of to phishing campaigns, business email compromise projects, I would say, investment and also romance fraud. The number of cases of online sexual extortion targeting vulnerable minors is also, unfortunately, on the increase. Multi-layered extortion models are increasingly common across the whole spectrum of cybercrime threats. The illicit trade in personal data is linked due to the common occurrence of targets falling for repeated scams. So this is the main, I would say, groups of the targets of those criminal acts. Well, who are then those criminal actors? That's another question. The number of cyber criminals entering the market continues to grow steadily. So we have more and more people falling in the trap of being cyber criminal. And this is due to the new technologies, of course, which efficiently and effectively lower the entry barriers, and also to an increasing complexity of digital infrastructure, which widens the potential attack surface. The criminal landscape remains wide-ranging, comprising both lone actors but also the networks, with various levels of expertise and capability. Some cyber criminals targeting the EU are EU-based, while others operate also from abroad, outside the EU, concealing also, among others, their illicit operations and funds in third countries. High-level affiliates and developers remain an important asset, of course, in every cybercrime, with different ransomware as a service providers competing also for their services. So again, it's like a regular illicit market. Some affiliates are suspected of having developed their own ransomware variants, to lower their dependence on ransomware as a service providers. I think it is also fair to stop here for a moment and think of the artificial intelligence. Because tools and services based on AI and machine learning are becoming common tools for cyber criminals and are prominent commodities in the crime as a service market. Besides the criminal abuse of legitimate large language models, malicious LLMs are increasingly offered on both surface and also dark web, servicing offenders involved in cyber attacks, but also phishing and child sexual exploitation. Cases of AI-assisted, AI-altered, or AI-generated child sexual abuse material have been reported and are expected to escalate in the future as well. AI tools and deepfakes are also refining fraudsters' social engineering capabilities. So you can see that the wide use of different AI tools is really changing the landscape of cybercrime. Because these days, I wouldn't say that everybody is able to commit a cybercrime, but it has been made very easy, much, much easier than in the past. So key developments when it comes to cyber-dependent crime and cyber attacks, then in past few years, law enforcement have seen that law enforcement agencies deal heavy blows to the cybercriminal underground through the successive arrests of ransomware as a service affiliates and also operators. And these have been well-coordinated disruptions of cybercriminal infrastructure. However, as positive as it looks, it has also led to the emergence of new brands, new variants. So in a way, law enforcement, unfortunately, is making also our own life a bit more difficult. Ransomware groups as such are increasingly targeting small and medium-sized businesses, as already noticed. And target selection is also influenced by the specialization of the initial access brokers involved in these operations. However, we still need to say that the big game hunting, as we call it, is still in place. So it's not only small and medium businesses, but it goes beyond that. And there are still people and networks after the big ones. High-level affiliates and developers remain an important asset. Different ransomware as a service providers are competing, as I said, and the ransomware as a service providers have changed the way they are acting because of different law enforcement disruptions, and also even when they are suspecting law enforcement disruption. Recent law enforcement operations and the leak of ransomware source codes, such as Conti or Lockbit or Hello Kitty, have led to a fragmentation of active ransomware groups and also available variants. Due to the reorganization, the distinction between ransomware brands and the threat actors behind operations is increasingly challenging for law enforcement as well. So as I said, sometimes we make our own life much, much more difficult. When we speak about the most prolific ransomware as a service provider on the market, then I think we can say that this is Lockbit. However, we have seen newcomers such as Akira, and in the ransomware scene, I think they have already become increasing threat. When we speak about other cyber-enabled crimes, then I already have mentioned briefly child sexual exploitation. And here, the key threats stemming from online exploitation of children have remained relatively stable throughout the last few years. Of course, external factors such as the adoption of new technologies and increasing unsupervised presence of children online, as well as shifts in the focus of investigative work, have contributed to the evolution of the threats posed by this crime area. Naturally, child sexual exploitation continues to be one of the top priorities for law enforcement, and we are dealing with ever-growing volume of illegal content online, unfortunately. And this growing volume of illegal content is posing greater challenges to law enforcement. Self-generated sexual material constitutes a significant share of the child sexual abuse material that we have detected online. Again, end-to-end encrypted communication platforms are being used more and more by offenders to exchange the material and also for side communications. The online sexual extortion of minors is a rising threat, perpetrated by criminals driven by both a sexual interest toward children, but also pure financial gains. The use of AI, as already mentioned, allows child sexual exploitation offenders to generate or alter child sexual abuse material, and this is certainly set to further proliferate in the near future. The production of artificial child sexual abuse material increments the amount of illicit material in circulation and also complicates the identification of victims as well as perpetrators. In some cases, it's a huge legal challenge in some countries even to deal with those kind of crimes. Another cyber-enabled crime area is online fraud, and I think we can easily say, at least from a judicial perspective, when we look at the criminal cases and the respective statistics, then this is the most common area where we have to face different types of cyber crimes. So it's a growing crime threat, not only in the EU, but also beyond. But in the EU, it has resulted in millions of EU citizens targeted and billions of euros stolen. Investment fraud and business email compromise remain the most prolific online fraud schemes. The availability of phishing as a service is also growing, with digital scamming posing another major threat, especially to e-merchants. So we can speak here about smishing, which is SMS and text phishing. And this is the most common type of phishing used by fraudsters in 2023 and 2024. However, we see some emerging threats, such as QR code phishing, and some others. So this is certainly a developing crime area. Again, the availability of phishing as a service is increasing. So all types of different cybercrimes that are provided as a service are increasing. Phishing kits, unfortunately, are widely available, and they are lowering the level of organization and technical expertise required to perpetrate the frauds. AI tools and deepfakes are expanding social engineering opportunities for criminal actors in their deception and manipulation operations. And last but not least, digital skimming is a persistent threat resulting in the theft, sale, and also misuse of credit card data. In fact, at Europol, we have a set of different analytical work files and projects. And we used to have one on credit card frauds, and basically everything that we were dealing with in this particular project some years ago has now turned into online environment. So physical credit card fraud is, I can't say non-existent, but it's not really important anymore. So what does the future bring in terms of cybercrime? I would say that the artificial intelligence assisted cybercrime has only just begun. The wider adoption of different AI tools and services by cybercriminals creates novel threats, involving both the abuse of legitimate tools and services, but also their malicious versions created ad hoc by the offenders themselves. The growing number of LLMs without prompt filtering that have emerged is set to multiply, and there will be likely more and more AI-generated advertisements luring in potential victims to online fraud, for example. AI being used to improve criminal methods and scripts, examples to be given to hack digital exchanges and liquidity protocols in order to steal funds is another possible scenario. Abuse of LLMs might allow criminals to overcome language barriers so that, for example, sex offenders are able to groom victims virtually in any language, impersonating peers and interacting in a way that the victim perceives as natural and believable. And malicious LLMs will become even more prominent within the umbrella of crime as a service. Also, in the future, of course, we can still see abuse of different technologies. And we can speak about mainstream end-to-end encryption communication platforms that are increasingly used by offenders. The current regulatory framework regarding the protection of personal communication creates challenges for law enforcement, with no doubt. However, of course, we have to balance here between the rights and obligations we have as law enforcement. I think we can also see emergence of new ransomware as service brands, but the span of life will largely depend on the experience and sophistication of the criminal actors behind the operations, of course. Since many ransomware groups operate in countries with limited judicial cooperation, the law enforcement approach of disrupting and taking down criminal services to sow distrust towards the brands will be the way forward, probably, that has been used also in the past years. The future of crypto, of course, that's also one thing to pay attention to. Several developments in the cryptocurrency market are said to have a significant impact on criminal abuse of cryptocurrencies in many forms. A few years ago, we saw the launch of Bitcoin ordinals, allowing users to create non-fungible tokens, NFTs. For now, it is technically difficult to create ordinals, and it will likely not be adopted en masse. However, it remains potentially exploitable by cyber criminals. Other criminal trend around Bitcoin exchange trade funds may also emerge. The first ETF was approved roughly 1 year ago, and that allowed investors to speculate on Bitcoin's price without directly owning Bitcoins. And this development may lead to an increased mainstream adoption of Bitcoin. We have already seen that Bitcoin is a mainstream cryptocurrency, and this is still being the most trusted one. As we speak about offenders in terms of cybercrime, then another focus area we have as a law enforcement, and we plan to focus on this more and more in the future, is offender prevention. It is these days very easy to become cyber offender, and law enforcement is more and more focusing on prevention, and especially in the area of cybercrime, we see that the offender prevention is the way forward. So we are really putting efforts and resources into making sure that people, young people mostly, who are most likely to become cyber criminals, that they will find a path which is satisfying for themselves and at the same time not a criminal path. Because basically the same activities they are doing while they are committing cyber crimes can also be done for the good causes. And this is the focus of the offender prevention. So we really try to focus on those people, those target groups, and work with schools and different youth institutions to make sure that we reach out to those people and we can perhaps even use them in a much better way as a society than we would if they would turn into cyber criminals. So I have a few things left to say, and these things are mostly about our countermeasures when it comes to cybercrime. As I already mentioned, I'm working at Europol, that is based in The Hague in the Netherlands, and Europol is EU law enforcement cooperation agency. So basically our work is to facilitate the cooperation between the competent authorities in the member states in preventing and combating serious crime affecting 2 or more EU member states. And obviously cybercrime is one of those areas of our competence, and the European Cybercrime Center that was established 2013 is one of the Actually, this is the oldest crime center in Europol. What Europol is doing, we don't have law enforcement executive rights ourselves, so we are there to provide expertise, operational support, facilitate the communication, and also build the platform where cooperation and collaboration is easy to do. What we have is a center where we have liaison officers from all the member states, from all different law enforcement agencies that are competent to fight all those crime areas that fall under the responsibility of Europol as well. We provide them with secure means of communication. We provide them means to store the information securely, so that all the owners of the information will remain in the control of what happens to the information, so they can be trusted with us. The information can be trusted with us. And we provide operational support, either from our headquarters or on the spot during the operations. And this support is based on the expertise we have in our house. So we have the best experts when it comes to cybercrime area, for instance, for cryptocurrency tracing or data science. And these are the services that are available to all the member states that are part of Europol. We have gone, in terms of cybercrime fighting, even one step beyond having just liaison bureaus. We have created a joint cybercrime action task force, and that is comprised of 24 law enforcement agencies from 20 countries. Not only EU member states, also some of the third parties are on board. And this is a platform where the cybercrime investigators who are deployed to our headquarters are in fact sitting physically in one room every morning during the case coordination, assessing the different investigations we have in order to prioritize them, providing information that is needed for the other colleagues, and really facilitating the work of the investigators in all member states. And they also have on board judicial colleagues, so judiciary is there in order, again, to facilitate even more the cooperation between different counterparts. I should also mention one protocol that is in place for law enforcement in the European Union, and this is a law enforcement emergency response protocol. It's a EU blueprint for coordinated response to large-scale cross-border cybersecurity incidents and also crises. It's something that was endorsed already 5-6 years ago by the Council of the European Union. And indeed, it's complementary protocol to other already existing protocols. So we have, for example, we have EEAS, that is the External Action Service of the European Union, crisis response mechanism in place. We have different political coordination mechanisms at the EU level. We have the CSERTs have the network operation. Then we have national incident handling protocols. And we saw that there is one thing missing, and that was the law enforcement emergency response protocol at the EU level. So, and therefore this was created. And it's a very logical, very simple sequence of different actions that are taken to coordinate the activities across the EU, large-scale cross-border cybersecurity incidents and crises. So it all starts with early detection. We have a cyber intelligence team in place at our cybercrime center, and early detection and identification of major cyber attack, for example, leads to a threat classification. We have a matrix in place for the threat classification. We take into account, of course, both the target and also the impact. And in combination of target and the impact, we assess the threat from low through medium, high to very high level. And when there are good reasons, then the Emergency Response Coordination Center will be set up. Early warning notifications will be distributed and disseminated. We will have a law enforcement operational action plan in place. depending on the case nature, the nature of the case, investigations and multi-layered analysis will take place. And when the crisis or the incident is over, then the emergency response protocol will be closed and a report will be drafted that will give feedback about the experience during the initiation of the emergency response protocol. So this is also one of the very important aspects of our work. When we speak about the governance, then I think fighting cybercrime is one of the most complicated and complex areas in law enforcement. And that's why we have decided for a multifaceted approach to countering cybercrime. So we have different bodies in place that are assisting us in our daily work. We have European Union Cybercrime Task Force that is combined of the heads of cybercrime centers in all EU member states. And we discuss the recent trends, we discuss the response, different tactics, coordination and collaboration in this fora that comes together physically twice a year, but we are in constant contact throughout the year. Then we have EC3 Program Board that was created at the same time with EC3, of course. And the initial rationale behind this creation was that we need to coordinate different actions when it comes to cyber-related matters across the EU. So we have, for example, European Police College on board. We have Computer Emergency Response Team, the CERT-EU on board. We have European Cybercrime Training and Education Group, ECTEC, EAS again, European Network and Information Security Agency, ENISA, Eurojust, that is the European Union's Judicial Cooperation Unit, of course, European Commission itself, the Council, Interpol is on board. So we try to make sure that we are not working in silos and everybody is doing what they are best at, and everybody else is aware of the rest of the group is doing. We also have very close cooperation with private sector, because this is another thing that cyber crime fighting is different from most of the other crime areas. We have established 3 advisory groups of the European Cybercrime Center, and they are focusing on cybersecurity, financial services, and other service providers. So we have roughly 20-30 companies in each of those groups, and they are providing us both strategic and also operational support.
Leno?
And last but not least, Europol is not really responsible for capacity building, but what we have done, we have created a matrix that is composed of different roles that people can have in terms of fighting cybercrime, and also the skill sets. And this gives you
There seems to be a problem, Leno.
And this matrix can be used to plan and develop the training plans for different colleagues. I think we have echo. I'm not sure if you can still hear me, but basically I have reached the end of the presentation. I hope it was of some value.
Okay, thank you very much, Leno. I don't hope I can assure you that the presentation was very, very good, especially with those cybercrime trends. I think it makes all of us to be, alert. But with that, can we give Leno a round of applause, colleagues? A round of applause. I don't know if there are questions. The question that I had, I think you already answered it, because as you were presenting, my question was whether cyber crimes are crimes of the present or crimes of the future. But when you made reference to the trillions that will be lost in the future, it became clear that things could still be worse, especially with technology developing and more societies embracing the digital world. Colleagues, is there a question, a comment that you like to make? I hope that through the presentation we were not paralyzed and scared by what the future holds. Let's remember that the theme of today is e-governance and digitalization and the future of service delivery. So I think when you look at all the presentations collectively, you can get what the future holds, you can get what the threats and the risks are, but you can also get what mitigations are all about. So I think they were complementing one another. Any question? I can see faces. Okay, there is a question. Please put it next to you for the benefit of those who are online, because they can't hear.
I hope he also hears. I just wanted to find out why cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin are operating outside the banks, and how does that system operate? Because I see it's not controlled by government, it's also not controlled by banks. What is the reason for this?
Leno. It's not. Oh, Leno, did you hear the question?
I think we still have some echo, but I hope I got the question right. So it was about cryptocurrencies and why are they still there, basically, because they're not controlled by the governments and they are acting basically on their own.
Good.
I think this is the new realm of the world we are living in, because the online world is creating sort of, I wouldn't like to call it the parallel society, but it's very much reflecting most of this, what we have in actual world. And the problem is that we are not behind when it comes to the regulations and common understanding about all those new sophisticated means that we have at use. So probably we are not simply yet ready as human beings to adapt to all those new features we have at our disposal. Cryptocurrency is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a new construction basically, but the problem, as you rightly indicate, is sometimes when it comes to the regulation and the framework of how we can use them and whether we should be able to trace them. But at the same time, I have to say that when we speak about crime fighting and when we speak about confiscation of criminal funds, for instance, then often it's much easier when the criminal funds are kept as cryptocurrencies than when they are kept in the banks in the traditional way. Just saying, this is one of the perhaps positive sides of this.
Okay. There is a second question, Gleno.
Regarding the cyber criminals, particularly those who operate as networks or in networks, what have you found to be the motivators apart from the financial gains? Because I believe for those who operate individually, of course, they are financially motivated, but are there other motivating factors for networks who particularly target governments? So are they financially motivated, or have you found something beyond that? Thank you.
Yes, Leno.
Thank you for the question, and it's a very good question. I think financial motivation, as you rightly put it, is the main motivator usually. But when the financial aspect is not there, then you can think of a football team that is competing with another football team, and pretty much the same is sometimes taking place also in the cybercrime world. And the motivation might, in that case, simply be to beat the other team and to be better and to show everybody that you are the best team in the world. On top of that, of course, there is always the motivation that is of political nature. And then, of course, the attacks are targeted and they are just being used, the hackers are being used by the governments to achieve their goals, whatever they might be. And in some cases, actually in many cases, the same person, the same individual may be, like, let's say, literally in the nighttime, they're working for some government and playing this football game, like I said. And in the daytime, they will be acting because of the financial gains they want to make. They use the same skill set for the both. But I would say it's fascinating activity, no question about that. And it's even more fascinating when you are competing with others and trying to prove the world that you are the best.
Okay, colleagues, I think, thank you very much, Leno, thank you. Colleagues, we are fast heading to the end of the program. We are now going to move from Estonia and have a short presentation by Professor David Miller on e-governance and digitalization in South Africa. And immediately after that, of course, we'll have closing remarks by Professor Sifiso. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Program Director. Perhaps one can start with a question regarding all these presentations. But let me first greet our partners in Estonia, and let me greet also the colleagues who are in the same room with me. And now the question is, having listened to all the other presentations, are we there yet? If you have to gauge, how far are we? And when you look at the concepts that we're dealing with, the concept of digitization and digitalization. Estonia, they are already talking about the real digitalization. But in South Africa, what we still need to do is the digitization. Now, they spoke about health, they spoke about a number of services that are being rendered. The same here in South Africa. We have to ask ourselves, what is it that we can still do? And now, in terms of my presentation, I would look at the overview of Africa as well as South Africa in terms of issues relating to access. Computers, cell phones, because these are the means through which one can be able to access services that are rendered, if they are being rendered electronically in South Africa. I'll also look at the evolution of e-governance and digitalization in South Africa, and look at the developments in e-governance and digitalization. I'll just look at a number of institutions where perhaps there might have been attempts to try e-governance as well as digitization. And then I'll look at the challenges that we're facing in South Africa in terms of e-governance as well as digitalization. And then what is the future? Looking at the overview of Africa as well as South Africa, you realize that when we talk inequality, you find inequality in Africa across countries, and you find inequality within countries. Now, when I talk about inequality within countries, I'm actually talking about the urban-rural divide. Now, although this is not a purely African problem, it is much more visible in as far as Africa is concerned. And when you look at access to ICTs, you realize that those who are in the rural areas are actually much more disadvantaged than those who are in the urban areas. Now, when we look at Africa, we realize that 28% of Africans have got access to the internet. This is data that could be 2 years old. But even if we were to check the current one, you realize that we would not be above 40% in as far as the access to the internet is concerned. And that is only confined to the urban areas. When you look at the rural areas, then you realize that it is across Africa only around 6%. Now, when you look at the access to the hardware, it's even worse, because it's only 17% who live in urban areas and only 2% who live in the rural areas. But the picture changes slightly, but when you look at the usage of smartphones in South Africa. In South Africa, we have about 22 million smartphone users. But when you look at smartphone connectivity and subscriptions, then you have about 49.2 million. And what does that mean to us? It means that, for instance, some people may be having the finances and the financial muscle to own 2 smartphones. So it doesn't mean that I see Prof is pointing me that he's already having 2 phones, smartphones. Whereas, in fact, in terms of the accessibility of phones, we could say that we could be nearing 90% in terms of household. But most of these phones are actually not smartphones. These are just for communicating, sending SMSs, and therefore they are not user-friendly in as far as accessing online services are concerned. And when you look at this 49.2 million, and in fact, let's look at 22 million versus the 64 million, then you realize that we still have a long way to go in as far as a delivery of services through digitalization. Now, in South Africa, I would say that there are two moments that South Africa could have seized, but didn't do what was necessary. Maybe because there was no single political driver. And in fact, I've visited Estonia. And when I listened to them when I was there, they told us that there was actually a political decision to say, we are actually going to digitize. Everybody is going to learn. But in South Africa, we had 2 moments. And the first moment that I want to refer to is actually the passing of a piece of legislation, which is the State Information Technology Agency Act in 1998. And the subsequent establishment of the agency itself in 1999. And I'm also trying to become a devil's advocate. And I'm asking myself, why in 1998, why in 1999? Now, when you look at the rationale behind the establishment of the SETA, you realize that it was more about making sure that there is economies of scale in as far as the utilization of resources are concerned. You would also realize that it was also to modernize, it was to improve the capacity of government to deliver services to members of the public. It was to bring about the concept of e-governance into reality in as far as public service delivery is concerned. But the question is, after 1998, 1999, did what was promised really happened? And that is why I'm saying that we had two moments in South Africa where we lost the opportunity to make sure that e-governance and digitalization becomes the reality. And that is why I'm asking the question whether this was a response to what was known as the Y2K. And I'm sure you would know, you may remember that prior to year 2000, there was this fear, there was this jittery around government as well as private individuals that this computer may not be able to cross over into year 2000. There might be some challenges. And perhaps that's why I'm asking this question. Were we trying to react to the Y2K scare that was imminent in as far as the year 2000 or not? Another moment where we might have perhaps lost sight of the acceleration in as far as ICTs and digitalization are concerned was the year 2020. All of us we had to go home because there was a lockdown. And some people were actually not working, but receiving a salary. It was actually a moment of reckoning for government. But did we take up that opportunity? No. We are back in offices. We're doing what we did best in as far as getting people to queue from one department to the other in order to receive a service. So these are two watershed moments where we could have done better in as far as service delivery is concerned. Now, I'll also talk briefly about developments in e-governance in as far as South Africa is concerned. And I spoke about the queues. But when you look at the South African revenue services, maybe because they collect money, they should do better in as far as e-governance is concerned. Now, when you look at the auto assessments, SARS is actually, South African Revenue Services, collecting IRP5. If you have examined for another institution and you're working for UNISA, they'll go and pick it up and then put it together, and then they do an auto assessment. What you do is just to check and click, and then you're auto assessed. So this is a typical example of a government agency that is more efficient. Now, when you look at the Department of Education, they are also saying that you can do enrollments online. But again, there is also a pushback. The same applies to SARS. During the filing season, you might see a very long queue of people going into SARS offices. Yet, there is a possibility that you can do all these functions, all these services, you can access them online. Now, I'm also highlighting the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, which is the CIPC. This relates to the ease of doing government. And I actually chose this one because Friday last week it was the closing date for the spaza shops to register for our counterparts in Estonia. Spaza shop are small convenience shops. Yes. So, in addition to registering with the CPIC, CIPC, they still have to meet a number of obligations. They are registered as a company, but they still have to move around and get a number of documents. So it says to us, while you can be able to register a company, you still have to go to SARS. You still have to log into a number of other online services in order to get what you want. So it means that we still do not have that interoperability. We still don't have that sharing of information across government departments so that you can go into one website, register a company, simultaneously be able to register for VAT as well as the income tax. That is still not happening, and those are the things that we need to look at. The South African, or rather the Department of Home Affairs, they have tried to work with the banks. 5 minutes, yes. They have tried to work with the banks to say that you can go and apply and collect your smart card at the bank. That is one of the good examples that we can leverage on. But the same department, when I need my own passport, I can book online, but I'll have to go there physically. But there are challenges. Sometimes they are responding to some of the challenges that we have in South Africa. SASSA, they are actually trying by all means, but you can also understand them that they are dealing with those who do not have the smartphones, the majority of them. In terms of the challenges, accessibility for people with disabilities, websites, are they written? Can a person who needs Braille be able to access them? No. The income level as well as poverty. Now, a person needs data to transact, to do a government service, to access a government service. Now, if this person lives on $2, less than $2 a day, and which is part of the 13.2 million South Africans. This person now has two options. Do I buy bread or do I buy data? And the logical option would be that I buy bread and I'll walk a long distance to the clinic, I'll walk a long distance to Home Affairs so that I can access this particular service. The quality of networks in rural areas, again, it is a problem. And this is exacerbated by load shedding. And I put it in bracket to say this is some kind of electricity rationing that is happening in South Africa. Crime is also a problem. The smartphones, they disappear. The availability of networks is also dependent on whether the cell phone masts are working. Sometimes the batteries are stolen. So we still have this a challenge of crime. The plurality of languages. How literate are South Africans? The young and the very old. The 11 official languages plus one that we have. Can we be able, can all South Africans be able to read what is on the website in English? How soon are we going to be able to translate into all the official languages so that if I want to read something in isiZulu, in isiPedi, I can read and understand and be able to transact? Unemployment as well relates to the availability of funds to buy cell phones or smartphones. Now, in terms of the future, I'm actually saying that the future is more about dealing with the challenges that I've just indicated. But most importantly, the future is about us as the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. What is it that we're going to do? Now, in terms of our own future as a school, the theme, the subject of e-governance as well as digitalization is part and parcel of our catalytic niche area. And in fact, in the development of our new masters, we are going to bring it in as part and parcel of the themes to make sure that we help the South African government to ensure that there is actual digitalization. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I might have to wait here.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, thank you, Professor Miller. Colleagues, it has been a long day. And I think the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs and the Estonian government have a long relationship. This is just part of how that relationship is unfolding. There are still going to be many other activities. So because it has been a long day, and we can anticipate in the future that there will be many other activities, I think with that, I would like to thank Ambassador Shea, thank Professor Kitzing, thank Janita, Mele, and Leonor for the presentations and the introductions that were made. And of course, all other participants who are present here and those online, thank you for spending this day with us. I think all of us can conclude that the deliberations were worth it. And thank you once more. And for those who will be traveling, travel safely. And until we meet again. No.
All right, the chairperson has closed. I don't have much to say. I thought. All right, those who have questions, we can have a discussion. Thank you. All right, let me check from our Estonian colleagues whether they have questions, and then we can officially wind down. Oh, okay, they're gone. All right, any questions in-house? All right, thank you.